Okay, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll call a meeting to order then. And Madam Clerk, as we have the traditional territory acknowledgement read, please.
Thank you. We would like to begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards of the land. The municipality is located within the boundary of Treaty 18, Region of 1818, which is the traditional land of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat-Wyandotte peoples.
And now the attendance for the board members, please, Sarah.
Thank you. Carrie Eagleson.
Present.
Janet Finley.
Present.
Patrick Gourlay. Gavin Leach sent his regrets. Carolyn Letourneau.
Present.
Michael Schaefer.
Present.
Andrew Siegwart.
Present.
Mayor Soever.
Present.
And Councillor Sampson.
Present.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go to the agenda. I would like to add one more item, and it's a quick one, but I think it needs to be added to our closed session. Just make sure we don't have it already there. I don't see it here. So this would be an item that would have us deal with the to begin the performance review of an employee of the corporation, which would be an annual review, but we need to have a process to do that this time. So I'd like to talk about that in the closed session if we can. So if it's okay with members, Madam Clerk, could you add that to F, please?
I can, and I'll note that as employee and labor negotiations and with respect to an identifiable individual.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sheridan, for that one. You might want to remove yourself for that item. But okay, so with that amendment, is there anybody else who wants to change or amend the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I just note that with Gavin being away, agenda item C3, the governance review, I think that memo could be postponed unless someone else is comfortable speaking to it.
No, I think we should postpone it.
Okay, great. So that's item C3.
Since she's carrying the item, I think we should have him here, and he did send me his regrets email, so I don't think there's an urgency on that item. So if it's okay, members, I'd like to suggest we postpone C3 in addition to the changes under the closed session. Anybody else? Then can I have a motion that the agenda of January 21st, 2021 be adopted as amended?
It's Carrie, I'll move it.
Okay. Seconded by somebody, please.
It's Andrew, I'll second it.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you call that question, please?
Carrie Eagleson.
Yes.
Janet Finley.
Yes. Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau.
Yes.
Michael Schaefer.
Yes.
Andrew Siegwart.
Yes.
Mayor Soever.
Yes.
And Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
That's carried.
Yeah, that's carried. Thank you. In accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and the town's procedural bylaw 2019-56, the Attainable Housing Corporation members must file a written statement of any interest they have and its general nature with the clerk for inclusion in our registry. So I don't believe anything has been filed, Madam Clerk. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do any members have any verbal declarations they would like to make at this point in time? I don't see any hands coming up, so if anything comes up, please let me know, and we'll note that in the agenda. Or sorry, in the minutes. Now we need to deal with the previous minutes from December 3rd meeting of 2020. Those were circulated. Anybody got any comments or revisions to that, those minutes? I don't see any, so I'll take a motion that the board minutes of December 3rd, 2020 be adopted as circulated.
Also move.
Okay, carried by, or sorry, seconded by.
I'll second it. It's Carrie.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call that question, please.
Carrie Eagleson.
Yes.
Janet Finley.
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau.
Yes.
Michael Schaefer.
Yes.
Andrew Siegwart,
Yes.
Mayor Soever,
Yes.
and Councillor Sampson.
Yes,
It's carried.
so that's carried. Thank you. We can go into staff reports, and we have the first staff report is a presentation from Eldon about massing model for the fourth development concept on the Gateway site. So Sharon, do you want to introduce Eldon, or how do you want to deal with this?
Yeah, for sure. I'll just keep my introduction short. I think you're familiar with Eldon Theodore from MHBC. At a previous board meeting, we discussed taking the recommendations that had arose out of the design guideline task force for a preferred concept that they were supportive of and wanted to pursue what that would look like in terms of modeling, and also be able to examine the financial viability of that option. So that work has been completed. Eldon's here to present that option, and then in the closed session item, we've included that in the financial analysis to consider this. So I'll just turn it over to Eldon, and Eldon, I certainly can answer any questions after his presentation.
Thank you. It's great to be back. I'm not sure if I'm controlling the presentation or staff are controlling the presentation.
Eldon, it's Sarah. I'm controlling the presentation. You just let me know when to switch slides.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what we thought was helpful was to do just kind of a brief overview of the previous three options to understand where we started, and then ending off with the fourth option just to provide the overall context. Next slide. Just recalling, the first concept option was a three-story concept that was proposing 45 units, 23 one-bedroom, 18 two-bedroom, and 4 three-bedroom. It was proposing approximately 106 parking spaces at the rear, of which 111 is actually what would be required, so there was a slight deficit in terms of parking. And that was based on, and all the options 1 to 3, were based on a modified parking rate of 1 parking space per unit. So the lion's share of the required parking comes out of the ground floor being all active uses at grade and using either a retail or an office rate to inform that. So that was the first option, and it was also premised on the idea that can we maintain as much of the treed or wooded area or the woodlot on the rear of the property. And it also utilized as much as possible the existing access off of King Street. Next slide. So option 2 took the proposal a bit to the next level. It proposed 4 stories, with the 4th story being stepped back, which introduced a 3rd story or a rooftop terrace on the top of the 3rd story. It also included at the intersection a plaza or a congregation area, a gateway location that provided a sense of arrival as you entered into Thornbury. This option also included a different mix with some townhomes at the rear that would also provide a kind of a mix and range of options within the site of the type of units that were available. So a total of 88 units with 36 one-bedroom, 30 two-bedrooms, 6 three-bedrooms, and 16 stacked townhouses, which would also be 3-bedroom in nature. So this overall development, which it recognized, which also included ground floor commercial, would require 160 parking spaces, of which 126 are provided, again using the modified rate. And part of the design of this was utilizing a lot more of the parking on site the space on site to accommodate additional parking, try to balance that need, but also still maintaining some green space, particularly at the intersection with Gray Street South. Next slide. So option 3 was the, I don't want to say most aggressive, but the highest proposal in terms of a 5-story proposal where the building stepped back from the 3rd and 4th stories. All the step back that are proposed are 3-meter step backs from the building face. And that's designed and intended to meet what are transitional design principles that help to kind of reduce the perception of height on a building. But this form is a continuous with a through connection off of King Street to allow for maximizing of residential units within the form. Overall, 118 units of 61 one-bedrooms, 48 two, and 9 three-bedrooms. This proposal also included a full ground floor of commercial uses, which obviously drives up the requirement for parking. So 207 being required, 124 being provided. And this option looked at open space, kind of a wider buffer to the south as part of the overall design. And one of the things that in all of these 3 options, the things that we contemplated to assist with the reduction in parking was car share opportunities as part of the overall parking plan. So there would be cars cars available for car share that would allow for reduce the need for ownership of vehicles as part of the development. So these were the context of the 3 proposals, and kind of the what informed each of those proposals as it relates to the different heights and the different options. If you go to the concept 4, so concept 4, and I apologize, we had to prepare this quite quickly, is really a modification on option 2, which maintains the 4-story form with the step back at the 3rd story, but it removes the previous townhomes from the rear of the site. What's also different is that the proposal increases the setback from King Street, previously 3 meters, now increased to 6. So giving a greater breathing room from the property line. What we did a little bit differently on this concept is we decided that we were going to do an option that met the bylaw requirement, or came as close to meeting the bylaw requirement as possible in terms of parking. So what we ended up doing was using the town's parking rate of required units as from the, I believe it's like 1.75 to 2.25 in terms of required, or 1.25, as well as the visitor parking requirement to inform how much parking would be needed. And we only provided for ground floor commercial on the easterly building. That allowed for residential to be at the bottom on the 1st floor of the westerly building. So that also helped to change the balance of parking needs. So total required parking ends up being 193, 177 spaces are provided. It still provides for a relatively healthy buffer around the adjacent property line, so 7 meters, 8 meters, and 14 meters. And we use this as a benchmark, so should the town wish, or should this group wish to seek lower parking rates, this can be viewed as possibly a worst case scenario, and if you want more green space, you can pull back on the required parking to accommodate those scenarios. But overall, 84 units with 35 one-bedrooms, 43 two-bedrooms, and 6 two-bedroom units contemplated. And as you can see on the top right and the bottom left, just kind of the setback from the street, the 6 meters. Probably helpful if we zoom in to kind of see that it's a little bit small. You can see the 6 meter setback and the 3 meter setback from the step back from the third story, and just indicating the angular plane that's used to demonstrate that transition. And if you can scroll down, just indicating the 4-story, 13.5 meter height for the proposal. And there's one thing I do want to note is that the access to Gary Street, there was a small error. It's shown a little bit narrow. It was actually supposed to extend as far south to the parking aisle so that there's a full 6 meter wide drive aisle as a minimum. So that was just a CAD error on our end. So that's the proposed option 4, and I'm happy to answer any questions this committee may have.
Any board members have any questions or comments they want to make?
On the setback from King Street, there is later, I think, on the agenda, a noise study and indicating that there would have to be some noise mitigation measures depending on the setback. So by moving it back, are we going to be able to reduce the cost of those mitigation measures?
So I can confirm that in terms of, I've read that noise report, and the report recommends a minimum 20 meter setback from the center line of King Street. So I've done that measurement, and even without option 4, if we had gone with option 1 to 3, that setback from the center line would exceed the 20 meters. So with this option 4, it further improves that separation distance that's necessary to reduce things such as required air conditioning or certain enhancements as it relates to the building facade. So based on these options and based on the report, I'm confident that you will be able to continue to seek the more cost-effective option.
Thank you.
Anybody else? So effectively, it looks as though, Eldon, what's happening here is a difference between this and option 2 is that the townhomes are gone and that space has been filled in by parking. Is that kind of the Reader's Digest version of at least the difference as it relates to what happened to the townhomes?
Yeah, those are the two big moves, I would say. And sorry, there's one more in addition to that. It's the decision that the ground floor of the westerly building be provided for residential. So that's a big change in terms of parking, required parking. And it was based on input from speaking with Sharon in terms of future tenant and the space needs that would be required that could be accommodated solely within the easterly building.
So if that building that is now residential on the ground floor, and that will require actually an amendment as well, I think, but if that building now has residential on the ground floor, if it were to go back to commercial, the parking space demand would increase over what you've got laid out here.
That's correct, yes.
Or you'd have to sacrifice something somewhere.
Yeah, for example, you'd have to, right now it's based on, you can bear with me for a second, it is currently based on a parking rate of 1.25 spaces per 1-bedroom unit up to 2.25 spaces for 3-bedroom units. So you would have to massage that parking rate to what you believe is realistic from a multi-unit perspective. And I think those rates, as in the bylaw, are pretty aggressive. and I don't think that much parking is actually required for this type of unit, particularly attainable housing unit.
Okay. I see Michael and Sharon's hand. Sharon, do you want to go first and then to Michael, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to point out one other thing to your question, Rob, around the differences between this one and option 2. And the other one that was quite significant for the members of the task force is a further setback from the road. So I think the difference in the setback here is an additional 3 meters. Is that correct, Eldon?
That's
I think
correct.
3-meter setback was concept 2, and this one is a 6-meter setback. And the reason why that was important to them was to address what they felt was the effect of the scale of the building with respect to the kind of brand and character of the town, that further setback would help kind of move a little bit away from having such a more ominous presence, I guess, closer to the road, that could be landscaped and could kind of soften that the presence of the building towards the street. So that does also have a little bit of an impact in terms of when everything backs up, it does have an impact on the wood lot, as Eldon mentioned.
Okay, good. Michael?
Thank you. The concept 4 that you're showing is showing 2 buildings, and I understand there'll be a different construction requirement for the building with ground floor residential, but I was wondering, is there a possibility of having just one building? I think it would probably be a bit more economical from a system standpoint if that could be one larger building. I'm just wondering your thoughts on that, Eldon, regarding elevators, mechanical, electrical systems. You're really setting up two separate buildings, and there's obviously a cost associated with that. Would it be possible to put the 84 units into one building?
Yeah, Michael, the answer is yes. You could create one continuous building, or even one building with possibly a connection or maybe a pedestrian connection. What you could do is remove the access off of King Street and just use Geary Street as the primary access. And you could even plug a second access at the south end of the parking field, so that you have a bit of that circulation movement for things like waste vehicles, which is important. So yeah, there is an ability to do that. It can be connected, and it would even have the opportunity to increase the number of units available. The drawbacks to doing that would be, one is you'd have to think of a different way to ensure there's a separation between ground floor commercial uses and ground floor residential uses in a more distinct way. That could be done through a pedestrian connection. The other is that typically properties that have frontage on a road like King Street want to have access off a road like King Street, particularly commercial uses. So it can sometimes be a drawback if a customer doesn't know where that access point is clearly. If they'd have to go to the back to get that access, that's the other issue. The other thought is you could shift the driveway to the west at the west end, but it's pretty close to the crescent driveway of the neighbor to the west, so that would obviously result in some transportation issues in terms of proximity and safety of movement. So I think it's really, you'd have to relocate the access off to Geary Street in order to kind of optimize that type of connection. It is possible. So the answer is yes, it's possible. Sorry, a long-winded answer.
No, thank you.
I got Alar, Andrew, and Carrie in that order.
Yeah, so that is a good point there. That is a good point there, and I'm just concerned about the parking requirements. certainly this is attainable housing, and the cost of maintaining a car is considerable. So I would think that, I think maybe we should look at car share because it's been very effective in many places. And certainly, I think people that are in the attainable market and are saving to buy a house would appreciate the opportunity. So if we limit the parking spots to one per unit, and that is, people know that going in, and that there is no additional parking, then, but there is the opportunity for car share, um, certainly would we not be able to reduce the number of parking spots?
I would agree, yes.
And how much, Eldon, would that go down from? So right now you're at 177. So what would, if you were to do what Alar's suggesting, just an order of magnitude, I don't need an exact number, is it more like 150 or 120 or what would
Actually,
that
I
get us
could
to?
tell you that quite quickly. Hold on a second. It would go to 124 as being the required.
124 from 177. It's a huge number reduction.
That's right.
Okay, Alar, go ahead.
You will have to allocate some spots to the car share, maybe 10 spots or whatever. But I'm sure a franchisee might really appreciate that.
Yeah. Andrew and then Carrie.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting this and putting the work into it. I think it's a very worthwhile exercise. My question is around parking and traffic congestion, and following Michael's question about two separate buildings or one, if you were to have an entrance and an exit on the gray street there, would that not be a better approach for traffic management versus both of those routes having an entrance and exit off of King? So I don't know if that's worthy of further exploration, but knowing that this is can be a pretty busy corridor typically, that might be a win-win. And my second question, or that was more of a comment, I guess, partially a question. My second is around just costs in general and how this type of a proposal would impact our unit affordability as compared to others. So I look at things like a bigger setback in the front. Even though there's more space in the front, it's landscaped, so it'll require more ongoing maintenance costs versus more space in the wooded lot, which really won't require that level of capital and costs. So just curious if there's any more information you could share on the impacts of costs long term on this proposal.
Maybe Andrew, on that last question, I'll ask Eldon to sort of, if he can respond in generalities, specifics. I think, Andrew, we have this item before us in closed session, and so maybe you might want to hold that comment, and specifically we can take a look at some model variations. I just don't want to have a discussion, open session around costing quite yet. So I think it might prejudice the process a bit if we were to do that. So maybe Ellen, generally, if you can kind of answer that question. Yeah.
Sure. So on the first one, I'm going to preface this with the fact that I am not a transportation engineer. So technically I cannot respond to that, but from a planning and design perspective, what I can tell you is that the motivation to remove an access off of a main road and push it to the side is to promote a continuous facade for active frontages. So remove conflicts with the pedestrian, remove conflicts in terms of the movement as you go along that public realm. So yes, it is a desirable outcome to shift the amount of access points, but in this case, there's only one. So it's that premise and that theory is kind of limited. It really comes down to from that perspective, really comes down to preference and whether it benefits the outcome of the building and the built form and the objective. I don't see the the access off of King Road being an absolute necessity for this development to work. It can absolutely work with the access points off of Gray Street South. Um, so hopefully that answers that first question. On the second, yeah, great. On the second, in general, yeah, there would be more maintenance, but it depends on how you design that space. If let's say that ground floor residential unit has a walkout terrace, so that walkout terrace is now part or an extension of that unit along that space. So really, what needs to be maintained is everything outside of that terrace space that has been reserved for amenity space for that particular ground floor unit. On the commercial end, you're looking at more of a hardscape type of treatment, because preferably you want to be able to promote movement in and out of the access, to have active frontages and to have a kind of a positive public realm along that edge. So while there'd probably be some grass as part of the landscaping design, there'd probably be a higher level of hardscaping that would require less maintenance in the short term and probably replacements over the long term, but not as frequent as, decorative ornamental landscaping that you would typically see in kind of a robust type of frontage.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Michael, your hand's still up, so do you have another question?
I do. Just a quick question. Eldon, what are you using for parking requirements for the commercial space? Is that 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet?
I'm not sure how to convert that. I'm using 1 space per 30 square meters,
Okay.
which is that's an
so-
office, and it's also a retail parking rate.
Okay. And what's the rule of thumb on visitor parking?
For visitor parking, typically for residential is 0.25 spaces per unit. So a quarter of the parking demand for if it were 1 per 1.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? I don't think it's fair to go to staff to ask for their opinion on this, but I will ask maybe Nathan whether or not there's a comment from planning around the setback. And I think I remember a discussion at one point in time. There was a trend, or maybe that's the wrong word to use, to try to move the buildings closer to the street and not back from the street. This is kind of going to back to the street format. Do you have any comment on this, the setback that we're looking at here, and whether that conforms with what the town would like to see and what its strategy is for placement of buildings on main streets like this?
Well, certainly, Mr. Chair. Philosophically, our documents in the town, both the community design guidelines and the town's official plan, to Eldon's previous point, framing the street and making sure that it has that feel so that things aren't set back. I think the overall emphasis is still being achieved. Yes, there is going to be some boulevard planting. What I see right here is I was actually just reviewing some of our policies once again, just to make sure that things are still there, and that review will continue to occur as the process unfolds. But philosophically, I think the core is that the parking isn't in front. So the fact that the building is still there, albeit maybe there's a little more boulevard planting than if you were to bring it to the front of the lot line, that's something that we can review and adjust as the detailed design goes forward, just how much and what that looks like. Keeping in mind that some of this planting may actually provide some infiltration from a stormwater point of view, which our guidelines also speak to. Utilizing some of that passive approach to dealing with some of the drainage and the stormwater is also a fundamental objective in our policies as well. So what I'm seeing right now is definitely headed in the right direction. And just a point on the traffic and the transportation and the parking. This is one of the great things of why the Attainable Housing Corporation has also retained Tatham Engineering. They are doing that functional servicing report to identify how flows should be best optimized in and around the site, and where they would be best accessed, whether or not it's a right in, right out, or whatever the case may be. That will come through the process, but certainly this process in the board continuing to refine what they would like to see on the site is definitely helpful, because as anyone knows, the development process is an iterative between all the disciplines before you finally arrive at, yeah, looks and feels like something we want to do. So I'm encouraged in what we're seeing, and again, to your point, Councillor or Chair Sampson, I think it's still framing the street. It's a little further back from the lot line, but it's definitely something that we can work towards.
Okay, and I think the two building concept came from the task force. Am I recalling that properly, Sharon? So
Yeah, you are.
two
That was,
buildings because
yeah,
of the look
that
and
was,
feel, and it sort of fits with the streetscape, if you will.
yeah, you're absolutely right. The scale of the buildings was one thing that they thought as they looked down the street, that having two buildings was a better representation of kind of what you see when you're looking down the street in terms of the scale of other buildings there. That would help this kind of contextually fit within, beyond the site to the rest of the town.
Alarm. You must be muted. Alarm.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Yeah. So reflecting on that, I can see the design not to have one massive building, but there is obviously considerable cost savings in the having common elevators, and other infrastructure. So I'm just wondering, maybe consideration could be given to having one building, but have it the different setbacks on the two blocks. So essentially moving the buildings together, and then having one setback 3 meters further than the other, which would give a visual impact that they are two buildings. It's not just one big wall. It's, goes so far, then it steps back. So I'm just wondering if that might be a possibility.
Eldon.
I think I get the comment. It's that the buildings are staggered along the streetscape, so that one is closer and then one is farther away. So that, are you still contemplating a connection, or are you contemplating that there's still two buildings but just closer together?
No, I would say that we put them together into one building, but have a stagger in the middle, and maybe not even one stagger, but a number of staggers. You could even do little setbacks back and forth, so that it doesn't look like one big wall. It's more, set back slightly differently, so that it does look like it's segmented, but in terms of the mechanical, it is one structure, so that you're saving quite a bit in having one central elevator. Inside the hallway would run down the entire length of the building.
So in theory, and in practice, I have seen this done, and we have done it in other locations to help try and break up the length of the facade. We even use things like materiality. I can tell you it still reads like one building. It has to be done really well for it to read like multiple buildings, like architecturally for it to do that. And it's particularly with this context, I guess, being Thornbury, it'll be hard to mask that because there's no surrounding context to inform this, to suggest that it can read like multiple buildings around other buildings. This will be a prominent building coming into the town. So in theory, yes, but in practice, I think it's going to be quite difficult to achieve that look of multiple buildings. I think it will still read like one building.
Thank you.
Nathan, you have your hand up on this subject?
Thank you, Chair Sampson. It's actually related, given that the conversation sort of migrated to the placement of the structure. I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to, given that this is a bit of a gateway site, there is some direction that we have in town documents to provide a little more attention to the corner of the building that faces Gray Street and King Street, and to pay a little more architectural attention to that, and draw it as a bit of a feature, as an architectural feature as one enters the town of, or the town center of Thornbury, if you will. So I can definitely work with Sharon on how that looks, but the design that I'm seeing, understanding that no architect has been retained or whatever the case may be, the board may want to consider paying a little more attention to that northeast corner of that first building that flanks Gray Street, and provided a little more attention. We have a couple policies that definitely require that. It's at the corner of two streets, and it's also a gateway to Thornbury. So I would have been remiss not to raise that in this discussion.
And Nathan, is that direction found in our design guidelines, or is so?
That's correct.
If we were to provide the design guidelines to bidders, we might want to highlight or draw their attention to those sections, and you can sort of alert Sharon as what those sections are, but
precisely,
it would be clear in the design guidelines if an architect were to read them,
yes,
that they should pay attention to that corner.
That's correct. Yeah,
okay.
I just wanted to remind everyone of that, and I know it'll work through the process. Thank you, Chair Sampson.
Okay. Alara, your hand is still up? No, yes? There you go. So I think if there's no more comments or questions, we may come back to this. You don't need to hang around, I think, Eldon, obviously, but thank you for your presentation. But to the board members, we're going to go into closed session and take a look at some of the numbers around this and how that might compare to the other ones, presentations from New Commons. So we may come back to this subject matter. I think the sense that I'm getting is that we now have a couple of horses in the race here, and we're going to probably have to pick one shortly and ride it. And so we, as I said, as we come into closed session, we may be encouraged to look at sort of commenting again on these various options and providing a little bit firmer direction to staff to proceed in certain areas. Okay, thank you, Eldon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eldon.
Take care.
So, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments that have come in for this meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No public comments have been received.
Okay, we're going to zip right along to matters for discussion. The first one for that is the noise study as that was presented, item C1. Sharon, are you leading this one for us, or is Nathan doing that?
I think Nathan might speak to it. I just wanted to provide a comment that this draft sound report was provided to the board in April, I believe, but we didn't make it part of the public agenda. So that's the point of this. Nathan will speak to some high-level points about this. He has also, included comments at the time that we were presenting the odor study, part of the D2 assessment. And in the kind of overall direction for the completion of the D2 assessment, both the odor and the noise studies form part of that. The final report, where both studies are combined together, will be provided back to BMAHC once the retesting of the odor assessment is done in the springtime. So at this point, we wanted to present the noise study formally and put it out in the public realm so that we can also include it in the RP and through the respondents looking at the procurement process. So Nathan, did you want to give a recap of the overall findings? I think we kind of talked about the main ones, about the setback from the center line of King Street.
Yeah, most certainly. To be perfectly honest, I wasn't prepared to represent it, but I certainly can once I open the
Yeah,
document.
I don't think we need to do that, Nathan. We have a pretty heavy agenda today, so.
Yeah, and to be honest, Sharon recapped what I had planned on identifying, that once the retesting is confirmed, then both documents, which both form two separate components of the D2 study, they will be then blended into one document as the final step. So we look forward, and obviously the end result of this is the closer the buildings get to the road, then the more provisions and design features may have to be integrated into the building, and those also include some warnings to the prospective residents that they are beside a highway feature.
Sharon?
Yeah, I know Eldon answered the question in regards to the concept 4 about the setback and whether or not it would meet the recommendation from this noise study. And the answer, of course, was yes. What I wanted to pick up on is that the other 3 concepts, even without that further enhanced setback, are presently in the massing models about 21 meters from the center line. So they also meet the setback recommendation from this study as well.
Okay, so if this report it's been before us before, it was attached to this package, so I'm just going to ask if there are any comments or questions by any members of the committee, because all we're being asked to do is to tell Sharon to include this in the planning application and any RFP document data room. I don't see any, so I think we need a motion that the Blue Mountains Attainable Housing Corporation receive the noise study associated with the D2 assessment of the gateway, for the gateway site, and request the executive director to include the report in the planning application. Somebody needs to move that. I need a seconder as well.
Also move.
Did I get Janet in LR? Did I get that correct?
It was Carolyn.
Oh, sorry, Carolyn. Oh, sorry. Then, Madam Clerk, if there's no more comments or questions, we can call that question.
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Sigwart,
Yes.
Mayor Soever,
Yes.
Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
That's carried.
Thank you. That's carried. So C2, land transfer for gateway site. Sharon.
Yes, thank you. My request here is for the board to provide some authorization for me to negotiate with the town to get agreement in place for the transfer of the gateway site. We are at the point in, the preliminary analysis for the for the project itself that we need to know what those arrangements are going to look like, so that it can be incorporated into the financing requirements and securing the financing. And also to, give certainty through the procurement process to the design building partner that we are seeking that that land is in fact going to be held either by way of a purchase and sale from the town or a long-term agreement. Certainly for BMHC, one of the things that we would need to demonstrate in the transfer of the land, demonstrate to lenders, is that we have that land that can be considered to be equity and would be available to secure debt. So from a timing perspective, it's important that we get on to do that work.
And this is subject to, obviously, the requirements that the town may have to go through as it relates to the disposal of surplus land, et cetera, et cetera. Because there are rules and procedures they're going to have to follow, obviously, on that. Right. Comments or questions by anybody from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, so obviously there's different alternatives, and I think in terms of the town's position, I'm wearing my mayor hat now. you know, the motivation is to promote attainable housing, but not to do it on the backs of the taxpayers. So, whatever what will be um, negotiated will have to be in the context of those guidelines the council has set. And the thing is, the town, when they bought this site, they had attainable housing in mind, but there's also other uses that could be used. It could be for. So the town did buy it, not just to transfer it necessarily to attainable housing, which we're happy to do, but it was part of securing an additional land bank because the town is short of options when it comes to placement of infrastructure because we just simply don't have a lot of town-owned properties. So I think I wish you good luck in your negotiation with the town. I'm going to stay out of it, obviously, because I'm wearing two hats. But, I just wanted to make it clear to the taxpayers that this will be done, at least from the town's perspective, using the guidance the council gave them, which was, they are an arm's length corporation and, we have to look after the taxpayers as well.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, then, and I agree with you, so maybe that first phrase of the Attainable Housing Corporation Executive Director to negotiate, I would say a commercially viable structure with the town.
Well, I think she should get the best deal possible. Hopefully our town negotiations are as good as she is.
Right, commercially viable for both sides of what I'm trying to get at. I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Okay, Carrie.
Yeah, I guess my question is, in follow-up to the mayor's comments, there are several options. There's leasing the property, there's a long-term mortgage, out-and-out purchase of it. And there's also the opportunity for the town could donate the land. So there's several options, and we really haven't sat down and looked at them as a group. And I think we need to do that.
Right. I'm just wondering whether, Carrie, this will allow us to take a look at it. We don't really know what the deal is till we know what the deals are. You know what I mean? So I'm just wondering whether then this gives Sharon the authority to go and negotiate and come back with option A, option B, option C, so that we can make that assessment. And clearly the council will have to do the same thing. So Andrew?
Yes, hi, thank you. Through Mr. Chair. Yeah, following Carrie's point, I wonder if there's an interim step, which is before the negotiations start, is to sort of assess the different types of best practices. And I really do believe that it should be a win-win for all parties, and there's probably some great models to use from. I think that's going to be important for the community overall.
Okay.
So that, I guess what I'm saying is a bit of a prep work with the board to look at some of those best practices and options before the negotiation starts, so that the board is aligned on the starting points.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I think we might be saying the similar things here. So Carrie, how would you want to change this motion then to reflect where you want to go? You want to see options presented to the board and what those options mean.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what we want to end up with. But I think we probably need, as a board, to at least try and get our position, what we think it should be when we go to the town.
Yeah.
In other words, we don't want to go to the town with an open hand and say, well, what are you going to do for us? We need to say, we want you to donate half the value of the property and we'll lease the rest. I don't know what the answer is, but we need to come up with some kind of position that I think we need to take to the town.
Right on. Alar? Yep. Alar?
I'm kind of inclined to agree with Carrie, but so I think maybe rather than developing an agreement, I think it's worth Sharon having preliminary discussions with the town as to what might be possible. And so I think it should maybe the resolution should read and develop options for an agreement for the transfer of the gateway site, um, for the board's consideration. So basically, I would see Sharon starting the negotiations, not negotiations, but just meet with the town and come up with options, and then report back on her discussions, and saying, okay, these are the kind of things the town is willing to consider, and then the board would say, okay, from our point of view, this is what where we're at. I mean, obviously, the town owns the land now, so there's no sense in us putting together a proposal because they can always say just no. And you know, let's say, okay, what are you willing to consider, town? You, and then once we hear back from the town, then you know, then we as a board consider what would work for us out of the options presented, or maybe we come up with our own option and go back. But
Right, right.
I think there has to be a feeling out process.
Yep. Okay, and I think that might actually be better captured in the motion that's on the screen here, but I'll go to Sharon and then Andrew.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I certainly agree. The sounding out piece, I had a meeting with the town in November along with New Commons Development to share information about how land has been dealt with other projects of similar size of municipalities, and we explored the options of a sale and of a long-term lease, and just had a candid conversation about, typically how have other housing corporations and their associated municipalities dealt with land in these types of projects in the past, and what some of those requirements might be. So, for example, in the lease option, it is important for BMHC if leasing was the way that we were going, that it would have to be quite an extensive long-term lease. For many housing corporations now, they are actually seeking 99 years. And the reason for that is to provide the comfort to the lenders that, that they're able to use the land for security purposes. So I know that, having had that conversation with the town, that they're open to considering both of those options. Given what's raised here, I'm certainly happy to, draft something, some of those options for the purposes of the board to review, and, get your input in terms of, which of those or any other, configuration of those options that would be our position going forward with the town. So I can certainly come back with that work.
Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My prior recommendations have, I think, less to do with the details of the negotiations and more to do with making sure that the process for this is done absolutely properly, and that we are mitigating any risk to the board or directors. So I think, having our staff lead, do some of that preliminary work, and then bring some recommendations back to be presented, and make sure that as directors that we are acknowledging where there might be conflicts. I'm very cognizant of the mayor and Councillor Sampson in the sort of double roles that are being played, and I just want to make sure that we are following a process that is as appropriate as it needs to be. And so maybe if we need to get some advice from the town's integrity commissioner on how to do it properly, just to make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, and that we can follow the best process possible for that. So
that's
a little more research needs to be done on that before conversations are engaged in.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, Andrew. It might make sense. We have our own integrity commissioner now, as you know, and so it might be fair for us to go to her and make some inquiries. There's a town integrity commissioner as well. It's the same person. So it might be helpful for her to provide an opinion.
Give us a very objective pathway on how to approach this so that it can be done the best way possible.
Yeah, and then we have a fairness advisor as well who's looking at this whole process. So there'll be a few eyes that we could bring onto this. But does that mean maybe that's an addition to this motion, by the way? But I don't know that that precludes Sharon from having these discussions to the extent she needs to have more than she's already had, and then come back to the board with some options to look at. We're going to see a couple of different structures, I think, in our closed session meeting that might inform us a little bit better as well. So I'm just wondering, the motion that currently has been drafted is that the Town of Blue Mountains Corporation directs the executive director to negotiate with the town and develop options for an agreement for the transfer of the Gateway site. I think that might be a little bit too far down the road, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know that we're at the negotiate stage. I think we're at the idea generation and concept generation stage before you're negotiating terms.
Right. Sharon, I'm wondering, is the timing of this to the point that you need this direction now?
We do, well, we do certainly need to, get some knowns about the land and the impact that it would have on the project. So in other words, the agreement, actually having the land as well will be quite important, just shortly down the road when we get to the RFP stage, but also to being able to secure the financing aspect. So that's kind of what's driving it. I think what I am hearing is to come back to the board with some options that would be our proposals to the town to look into and get advice, I guess, from the integrity commissioner or the fairness advisor about the board, I guess, in terms of going forward with negotiations part, and that those two things be done before actual negotiations commence. I think if
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you need a motion to that. I'm not sure if you need a motion to that. Sounds to me as though you almost can do that anyhow. You can bring a report back. I don't think the board needs a motion to direct the integrity commission. So maybe we just receive your verbal report at this point in time, Sharon.
Yeah.
And then I think you get the sense of where the board's mindset is then.
Yeah, and I can come back for the next board agenda with that information about some options to explore.
Yeah, so the motion then would be that the Blue Mountains Tail Corporation receive the verbal report with respect to the land transfer for Gateway site, period, full stop. That's all. Alar?
Yes, I think that's the right way to do it, and I'm certainly interested in seeing what the integrity commissioner, the fairness advisor would advise, because certainly, Councillor Sampson, you and I are wearing two hats in this. Although we have nothing personal to gain, it's certainly good to have that advice before we, set the negotiations in motion.
Right. So would you then allow the moving the motion that I just read?
Yes.
Seconded by somebody, please.
It's Andrew. I'll second it.
Thanks, Andrew. Madam Clerk, could you call that question, please?
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Siegwart,
Yes.
Mayor Soever,
Yes.
Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
It's carried.
It's carried. We're deferring C3 to a future meeting. Sharon, the budget, 2021 budget, C4. I'm mindful of the time here, folks. I know that we need to have a good long discussion in closed session. So let's try to see if we can zip through this one.
Mm-hmm. Yes, for sure. So Sarah did send out some updated documents in relation to the budget, and I've done. Sarah, if you can pull up the one that I sent you this afternoon.
Sharon, are you looking for the presentation or the PDF?
Yeah. Sorry, the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's right
So
here.
there's two
Just one more.
documents here for the board. There is the consolidated cash flow and the operating cash flow as well as my presentation. You know, Carrie, if you want to talk first about the kind of financial reporting that we were looking at and, you know, these updated documents being in the form of a consolidated cash flow and how that would work, you know, kind of going forward to meet the board reporting requirements and financial planning.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Sharon and I had been having, along with Rob, been having some discussions this week about the format of how we should report numbers back to the board. What we talked about ourselves is basically doing just a cash flow rather than trying to do a P&L and a balance sheet, because most of the costs that we're incurring today are you know, getting this site ready for Gateway, and those costs are going to end up in be capitalized at the end of the day and not be part of any P&L. And reporting right now, if we did a typical balance sheet P&L, it would be on the balance sheet as work in process. But it's important for the board to know how much money we're spending and what we're spending and the impact of that on our cash. The one consolidated balance sheet that, or P&L or cash flow statement that Sharon's got sent out this afternoon, basically outlines the consolidated base, all the items that we're tracking as far as where we're spending money, where we've received money, and that impact, what that impact is on our bank balance. The operating one she talks about would be more. It's got some of our basic HR costs and some of our basic insurance costs and things like that, but very limited. And what we're also thinking is that as we go forward, we're going to have this building, we'll have it up and running. That becomes I'll call it an operating or cash flow. And then we may be into other projects where we might acquire a building or two to rent and things like that. And those should be, as we're purchasing those and doing any improvements and stuff, we should be capturing those as a separate sheet, if you will, a part of this consolidated cash flow. So what I wanted to do was just get the folks' opinion of this idea and thought process, because if we're in agreement, then Sharon and I would sit down and work up the layouts that we want to work with, and then we have to structure our chart of accounts to give us the reporting that we're going to we'll be able to provide you on a monthly basis. So I guess I'm looking for comments, and if you seem to be happy with what we've got as consolidated, and then the theory that we have a separate sheet of part of a major roll up for the consolidated, then we will go away and work on get the chart of accounts and the layout set up and start that reporting process.
Allard, did I see your hand up there for a few minutes and it's gone now?
No, that was up from before.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But
Yeah,
but since I'm talking, I like this approach.
Okay, good. Anybody else? So, Carrie, sounds like we would see this come back. Is that right? And after you've done your homework with Sharon, is that the plan, or?
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we've got a good start, and we'll set up how we see the sheets of the worksheet, if you will, of how we break it down. I mean, obviously, over time, as we get into different type of projects, some of the account numbers may be a little different, and because we have to track something differently. But we roll them up to consolidated. But for today's purpose, if we just look at the consolidated, that's pretty detailed. So I think if we work on that level of detail and carry that down into the subsheets, we'll be fine.
Do you want us to do an approval of the 2021 budget now, or wait till you come back? My preference would be the latter, actually.
Yeah, I would do the latter.
Yeah.
If people want to look at it in some detail, I know that some of this stuff didn't get to everyone till today or yesterday, kind of thing. So maybe if everybody would look at that and give some feedback to Sharon and myself, of your thoughts about it, we'd appreciate that, and we can incorporate those into any layouts that we come back with for the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay, so why don't we leave it that way, that board members individually would get back to Sharon, maybe as the delivery point if they have comments on what they see and what's been delivered to them so far, and then the next meeting, hopefully we can have the fully baked 2021 budget presented as you just described.
Yeah, we'll try it. I mean,
Then that, whatever.
Yeah, right now I suspect that even for next meeting, if we're coming back with any significant changes, probably look at it still on a consolidated basis, because the rest of it is so small compared to what the current this gateway project is.
Yeah. Okay. Is that okay for the other members? So basically we're just receiving what we have here, and then if you've got comments or questions, you get them directly to Sharon, and we'll see this back at the table by the next meeting or thereafter, quickly thereafter.
Sounds good, Mr. Chair.
I don't know that we need a motion for that. Do we, Sarah?
Well, I think I would just raise the point that in terms of getting some approvals from the board to initiate some of the work that's identified within the operating or the proposed operating cash flow to formulate a budget for this year. Some of that work and I guess direction is needed. One I can think of in particular around what's proposed to build some capacity would be a reliance on a student grant, for example, and that grant is grant application period closes the end of January, so it closes before our next board meeting. And then there would be some approvals needed in terms of proceeding with some of the other work, particularly around some of the legal work comes to mind, and legal for the RFP as we start to prepare for that and work with our lawyers to look at developing the CC DC 14 and reviewing in preparation of reviewing, I guess, of the RFP document itself. So there might just be a few things there. I just wonder how we deal with that then to provide some approval. What we'd been going with from last year was the approval of a cash flow that kind of provided, I guess, me the direction to go forward. So if the board's okay, I guess with some of those things kind of proceeding until the operating budget is presented at the next meeting, might be the way to address those
yeah, well, if there's anything that's needed,
needs.
I would say, Sharon, if there's anything needed between now and our next meeting, February 4th, maybe we can deal with it in this monthly item C5 that's coming up forward. I hear your point about the student grant. You can still apply for the grant, but you may not actually draw down the grant if the board doesn't approve our side of the spending. So I'm not sure that's going to stand in your way. So we're talking about.
No, it won't. I just meant the aspect of bringing on board a student to perform the work that's identified. If that wasn't a priority, I guess, or one that's certainly one that I'm proposing. So it could be unnecessary work if that wasn't the direction that we wanted to go in terms of having that work being undertaken.
Carrie? No? Yeah?
Yeah, I think, Sharon, it's with the idea of hiring additional staff, whether it's students or a project manager or any significant expenses, whether it's in the budget or not in the budget, I think we should be bringing those to the board individually rather than bearing them in a big document that people may not realize what it is. So I think it's important to discuss this as an individual item rather than in an overall budget process.
Yeah, I would just say, my intent here with the presentation was not to have anything buried, to be quite transparent about what the resources and capacity that I was proposing were necessary to, undertake the priorities that I saw, and to get feedback from the board about what the priorities for this coming year was. So, the objective here was, to show what's in the numbers and what I see as being required in order to deliver on those, as a proposed budget for the board.
Sharon, I didn't mean buried. It's in a big report, and it's and unless you specifically talk about it, it's not going to get, people may not see it, may not get to the attention that it needs. So.
Yeah, so folks, if we did a line-by-line kind of review of the budget on our February 4th meeting, allocate a good period of time to do that, I think then, Carrie, the board would then become aware of some of the granular detail in the budget that Sharon is speaking to, and gives us a chance to do that. To be fair to the other board members, they saw the final package of the financial data, 2 days ago? At most.
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah. So Sharon, can this be? I mean, we tend to cram our agendas and not give you enough time for all the items here. I think this does need a good line-by-line review, and it would be good to have that, frankly, in public format too, so that the public understands where we're spending our money line by line. Could we not allocate a good chunk of our February 4th meeting to do that? It's not that far away. Is there something between now and February 4th that is critical?
No, I just go back to my point that the presentation, for sure, the board needs time to digest the information. What I was, intending here was to provide the presentation, to provide that level of detail, explain what, my understanding of the priorities, to get feedback from the board on those, and if there were no changes, approval of that. So I just go back to my comment that, certainly we can send out this presentation. There have been a couple of tweaks to it since the version that was sent out last week. And I would just ask that the board, if you don't want to go through this presentation now, just kind of look at the presentation in concert with the numbers, I guess, to, provide the story behind what the numbers are telling. And
Yeah.
certainly happy to come back on February 4th and provide the presentation if that's the direction the board wants to go.
Yeah, Andrew and LR.
Is the only reason we're not going through it now because we're pressed for time? Because I'm cognizant, I want to make sure we're empowering our executive director to move. So, having an agenda item to present these things and get our okay or nay, I think is important.
Well, I'm happy to do that now. Sorry, LR, go ahead. But I think the timing is an issue here, and that if we do this item, then we'll jettison all the other ones with the exception of closed session, I think.
Could we reconvene in a week or something, so we don't have to wait a whole?
Yeah, we could. Alarm? Yeah, we could.
Yeah, I agree, and certainly I think we do have an executive director, and I think one of the things we need to consider now that we're developing budgets and is a delegated financial approval policy, so that we move forward and we've delegated the appropriate approvals to the executive director. We have, most corporations have that, and depending on the size of the corporation, the amounts vary. But certainly, like, we're going to be spending time on monthly financial statements, and we've got an up and up of $450, and I don't think that's a good use of the board's time to be dealing with those things, provided the expenditures are within the approved budget in the future. We should have a policy on what is the limit that the executive director can approve, and when do they have to come to the board.
We actually, I think we did that, actually, Laura. We do have that. It was similar to the one that the town has, by the way. And we did modify that. Was that done a couple of months ago, maybe, Sharon, or 3 or 4 months ago?
Yeah, I think the issue with with that is that we don't have an approved budget. So we do have that
Right.
in the procurement policy. We have the authorizations, but what's required for that, which is why I'm bringing forward the budget, is,
Right.
it requires an approved budget in order to enact that. So that's why we've been going through this process, which is, it certainly does chew up a lot of time, I think, at board meetings and also just administratively as well.
So I'm happy to deal with this item now, if you want, or we try to have a special meeting to make sure that the board's got a chance to fully digest all the information that was provided. The presentation was given to us a while ago, I agree, but the actual consolidated numbers, I think, were sent out yesterday, revised. So we could do that, or we can have a special meeting. But if we deal with it today, we'll have to jettison, as I said, everything else on the agenda, because there's no way we're going to get in before we've chewed up way too much of people's time today.
I'd like to suggest we have a separate meeting. There's an issue of I agree we should have set a policy, and Sharon should be allowed to be able to spend money within those limits, and there should be some kind of approval process. But I think when it comes to staffing and additional staff, then that requires to be identified beforehand, and it needs to have the proper board approvals. So I think we may need to clarify that approval process and get it done. I've looked at the numbers, but unless I sit down with Sharon and go through every line item to talk about it, I really don't have a clear understanding of what's in those costs. And I'm the treasurer, and I need to have that before I can feel comfortable that we are, doing the right thing.
Okay. So we need a meeting next week or the week after. I know next week's, just quickly looking at my schedule, is a terrible week because Roma's in the midst of it. So it would be following the week following that, which is the week of the 25th, right?
Well, today's the 21st.
Oops, sorry, you're right.
The next board meeting is February 4th, so we could certainly add it in there and just keep that. I think there's three other items to that, Sarah. So we could draw the line on the February 4th board meeting just for those items.
Okay,
and that
so
will give you and Gary as our treasurer some time to have a deeper dive meeting and be synchronized, aligned, so that presentation can be quick, but fulsome.
Yeah, I think that I would agree with February the 4th.
Okay.
And then Sharon, with this student help thing, what I would say is let's go ahead and get the application in and start that process. And I'm sure that when we look at the costs and the savings and the advantages it's going to give us, the board should approve it, but we'll definitely need that formal approval.
Okay, so Sharon, we'll reschedule this item to February 4th. Thank you. Item C5, which is an advice of the expenditures that are within your spending limit of the previous budget.
Yeah, I think they're self-explanatory. I don't know that we need anything else on there. And Carrie's already addressed, what our thinking was in terms of future reporting, that there would be a monthly variance report based on the consolidated cash flows that would be provided to the board on a monthly basis going forward.
Okay, so we need that motion. The Housing Corporation receive item C5, monthly financial statements and summary of spending for information purposes.
I will I'll move that.
Okay, seconded by?
I can second that. It's Michael.
Okay, Michael, and then I need any comments or questions before I call the question. Okay, Madam Clerk, could you call that question, please?
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Sigwart,
Yes.
Mayor Soever,
Yes.
Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
That's carried.
Okay, item C6, somebody for the EDAC committee, Economic Development Advisory Committee. We have a seat on that committee. Carrie has been using it for a while, and Janet, I think, are you the backup? Who's the backup? No, Janet.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add a note, Janet and Patrick were serving as backup
Right.
for Carrie. I should make mention that if the board wishes to only appoint one member, that's okay. It was just requested that an alternate as well be appointed if possible.
And can it be Andrew, who's already there?
I think it can be, although the whole idea was to just make sure we have a full number, because it is 7 for quorum.
Anybody want to offer? Don't everybody chime in at the same time now. I don't hear anybody offering. And it can't be Alar or myself. Well, Madam Clerk, let's defer this item to a subsequent meeting, and I'll see if I can twist some arms in between.
Okay, thank you.
Item for D correspondence, D1. Alex's letter to us. Can you bring that up, Madam Clerk?
You should see it momentarily.
Here it is. And I think that went originally, let me see, did that go originally to council and then to us, or just directly to us? Yes, came to council and then to us.
That's correct. It also was directed to the Sustainability Advisory Committee as well.
So basically, Alex's suggestion that whatever we build needs to be at least a minimum LEED gold standard.
Is he volunteering to pay for it?
I somehow doubt that. So I think we need a motion to receive this letter.
Also move.
Seconded by
I'll second it.
Janet. Is that Janet or Carolyn this time?
Janet.
Janet. Do we want to do anything other than receive it? No, I don't hear anything, so we have a motion to receive. Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, call that question.
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Sigwart,
Yes.
Mayor Soever,
Yes.
Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
It's carried.
Okay, carried. The item D2, which is a letter from Mr. Holzmer. That came. Yep.
Sorry,
ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just should note that this also went to council.
Yeah. And council dealt with it by endorsing our bylaw as it relates to board appointments, and this is just for our information purposes. So I need a motion to receive this for information purposes then, unless somebody wants to comment on it. Alar?
Yes, I'm wondering whether we should correct some of the misstatements of fact in this letter, where it says, for example, as an example, the Gateway project has already chewed up some $2 million of taxpayers' money and will cost millions more of high-risk capital if it proceeds. We haven't chewed up any taxpayers' money that I'm aware of, short of the $20,000 a year that the previous council decided to give the Attainable Housing Corporation, in which we continued, of our local taxpayers. And certainly we've been fortunate enough to get grants from other levels of government, but $2 million, I don't think we've spent that.
So receive and a response by me, is that appropriate? to deal with the factual inaccuracies in the letter?
Yes, I'm happy to move that.
Okay, seconded by
I'll second it.
Carrie. Madam Clerk, call a question, please.
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Sigwart,
As an individual who's referenced in this letter, I wonder if I should just abstain.
okay,
That's a negative vote, by the way. You can declare conflict to wish, but if you abstain, it's recorded as a nay.
So how do I respond to this and not appear to be?
You want to declare conflict? You can declare conflict on this item if you wish, Andrew.
Yeah, I'll do so.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Madam Clerk, can you note that?
I'll note that, thank you. Mayor Soever
Yes.
and Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
That's carried.
That's carried. So we can zip along to E2, items for next meeting. We've added now the budget.
We've
And
added the budget and the consolidated budget sheets, as well as the governance review.
And the land transfer proposal options.
Okay.
We may have to remove some items if we want to get things dealt with, but anyhow. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Laura?
Mr. Chair, maybe I could suggest we start the next meeting earlier, because I do regularly have a 3 o'clock emergency control group, so.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to do that. So we'll do that for sure. All right, so closed session. Item F. So with regard to subsection 239 of the Municipal Act 201, the Blue Mountain Sustainable Housing Corporation has now moved into closed session in order to address the following matters: trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the board and has monetary value or potential monetary value in regards to the financial strategy for the Gateway site. 2, advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for the purposes and with regard to a request received. 3, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the board and with regard to contract negotiations. 4, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the board and with regard to potential land acquisition. And 5, sorry, what did you have for me before, Madam Clerk, around
Employee and labor negotiations, and with respect to an identifiable individual as it relates to the executive director performance review.
Okay. Mover, please, and then seconder.
Andrew, I'll move.
Thank you. Seconded by
I can second that. Michael.
Michael. Okay. I'll call that question, Madam Clerk.
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Sigwart,
Yes.
Mayor Soever,
Yes.
Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
That's carried.
That's carried. So at 2:35, we're going into closed session. So the way we do this, folks, is we sign off of this. We sign back into the closed session meeting invitation that Sarah has sent out. And if we can be back by 2:40-ish, then we can start then in the closed session. Gives us a chance for a short break. Okay? See you folks on the other side.
turn the lights on. It's getting dark up here.
Yeah. Usually though at 5 o'clock, you know, back in good old December, it was pitch dark, eh?
Yep.
Got everybody here, Sarah, so do you want to do a quick roll call?
Thank you. Carrie Eagleson,
Present.
Janet Finley,
Present.
Gavin Leach,
Present.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Oops, maybe Carolyn's not here yet.
okay. Michael Schaefer,
Present.
Andrew Siegwart,
Present.
Mayor Soever,
Not here yet, but keep going.
Councillor Sampson.
Present.
Okay. So we do have quorum, but we're just missing Carolyn and the mayor.
I'm sure they'll pop along shortly. So, reporting out of closed session, the board gave in closed session some direction to the executive director as it relates to the Gateway site. The board gave some direction to the executive director as it relates to a solicitor-client privilege matter with respect to a request received. The board gave direction to the executive director as it relates to a contract negotiation, a request for additional payments. The board gave direction to the executive director as it relates to the pending acquisition or disposal of land, and as it relates to land acquisition. And the board gave direction to me as it relates to the performance review for the executive director. Excuse me. Now, just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's a late day, but we did have item that came to us, item number B11, which was Eldon's presentation around urban design, or some design work that he had done around a fourth model, if you will, for the development concept for the Gateway site. And I'm just thinking that we might want to provide the executive director some direction as it relates to that design, and whether or not we should provide the ED some direction regarding advancing a planning amendment application with the town as it relates to that site only. Comments, and then we could probably take a motion. Alar?
Mr. Chair, yes, I think, you know, I think it's time to, we've had a lot of consideration of this model. We've had a task force on design guidelines. We've heard from various community members. We've had lots of feedback, and you know, I think everything we've heard, including things we've heard on financial models and things in closed session, which you know, I think it's time to move forward. And so I would suggest that, yeah, we do give the executive director the ability to move forward with you know, looking in more detail at the four-story model, and also moving forward with the planning department on any necessary amendments that might be required to our zoning bylaws and the official plan.
Okay, anybody else while Sarah types away there? Gavin?
Just to make a comment that if we want to stick to our schedule, I'll call it that, we should be moving forward, and so I support that motion.
Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a little trouble supporting the motion that I think would mean that the council would be proceeding with a four-story option because the task force was concerned about the buildings and the massing, and there would be no way for the rezoning to actually address that issue. So I feel a little uncomfortable with that, and so I think I would have to say that I wouldn't support the application, unfortunately.
Right, so what would you, is there something you would rather change? I'm not quite understanding
Well,
it.
I think it would have to address the fact that the task force was presupposing that there would be two buildings there. So I think I don't think the planning application can address that because it's really a matter of height and density they're looking at. They're not looking at the two buildings versus the one. So unless they're ready to do or willing to do that, I don't see how I could come on board at this point.
Okay, so is there a way in which we can craft this motion that gets you a little bit more comfortable as it relates to it's the one or two building thing that I think you're worried about? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the size of the building that there isn't really, aren't many examples in the town of anything that size.
Yeah.
That's the concern. Never mind the height, it's also the size of it.
One thing to keep in mind is in the planning application process, there is a public comment period. Perhaps the task force might be asked to weigh in specifically on that as part of the application.
That's an excellent point, Gavin.
Yeah, and technically, I don't know whether we can actually proceed with an application because we don't own the site. So I'm wondering whether, I'm struggling a bit as to whether or not we're the ones that make the application or whether it's the town that applies to itself in this drainage format or manner.
I think what we did last time was to direct me to go to council to request council to have town staff initiate.
Correct. Okay, so I think we should do that. And Janet, I'm struggling here because I want to try to see if I can get you on board to the motion. So, I mean, at this point in time, what's been presented to us is two separate buildings, and it may well be that that is affordable. It may well be that is not affordable. But if it was restricted to, at this point in time, two separate buildings, do you get on board on this motion?
I do. I just don't think technically, and here, I guess I prefer to hear from Nathan, but I don't think technically we could ask for a rezoning and set out that it would have to be two buildings. That's a site plan control issue, not a zoning.
Right.
Could we address that, Janet, in terms of the conceptual site plan that we would need to provide as part of the planning application?
Yeah, maybe. I would feel more comfortable with Nathan here, but I understand why he's not.
Could we do two components to this then? One is the planning application part and the other one is just direction to pursue two buildings as opposed to one? Is something separate from the planning application itself? So it could be picked up in something like the conceptual site plan?
It is a site plan control issue. It's not a zoning issue or an official plan issue.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's not, it actually would stand as a separate motion.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. If you had two separate, distinguished between two motions here, one that related to the planning application and the other one around the site plan. Yeah.
I think that's a very good suggestion. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's this motion and then the second one that says our preference is two buildings, that I frankly think we don't have enough information to decide one way or the other, but I'm kind of agreeing with you, Janet. If you wanted to look at what better fits within the town. It's probably two separate buildings and one much larger one, unless somebody can convince me that the setbacks at, a stage setback that the mayor spoke about, can give you that optic.
Could I suggest then that the second part of the motion be to come back with the information, the financial information to explore the two building concept?
Okay, so
as
that,
part of a conceptual site plan?
okay, so, and that the corporation directs you to do that, come back with the financials of a one building versus two building.
Yeah, that would be part of deciding on the conceptual site plan.
Right.
And maybe it's Andrew here. Maybe we can make a mention that is in reference to the presentation we received today. So that's sort of alternate version 4.
Yeah, so in the first line, first part, Madam Clerk, then that in reference to the presentation of Eldon Theodore from MHBC Planning, item B11.
And that just acknowledges all that work that was done by the task force that volunteered their time to help us.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably fine tune this just to get the actual wording of the item.
Okay.
Just to make sure it's reflected exactly as it is in the agenda, but other than that,
So Janet, does this help you?
Yes, that is helpful. Thank you.
Anybody else before I look for a mover and a seconder? Then sorry, go ahead.
I guess my question is, it's hard to make a decision between one or two buildings. I mean, obviously there's a cost factor, but till you see an architectural drawing, it's hard to really know what it's going to look like, right?
Yeah, I think though maybe if we spend a little money up front, we might get a better sense of that, Carrie, before we go to the RFP. I mean, I don't really think it makes sense to go to the market and say, you tell me whether it's going to be one or two buildings. I think we need to tell them what we want. So we might have to spend some money to deal with the second line item, but if it helps, let's get it done.
Yeah.
No. Okay, mover and seconder then, please.
I'll move, Chair Gavin.
Seconded.
It's Carrie. I'll second it.
Okay. Call that question, please, Madam Clerk.
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley,
Yes.
Gavin Leach,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Siegwart,
Yes.
Mayor Soever,
You're muted, Lars.
Yes.
Councillor Sampson.
Yes.
Okay, that's carried.
All right, thank you very much, folks. We need to have a motion to adjourn because we have a meeting on the 4th. And I need now a motion to adjourn
Also move, Mr. Chair Gavin.
at 5:23. Thank you. Seconded by
I'll second it.
Madam Clerk.
I thought
You know
we were
what to
going to
do?
run this meeting till the 4th.
Carrie Eagleson.
Happy to do that, Mr. Mayor, if you would like. Are you moving that motion? Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Carrie Eagleson,
Yes.
Janet Finley, Gavin Leach,
Yes.
Carolyn Letourneau,
Yes.
Michael Schaefer,
Yes.
Andrew Siegwart,
Yes. Thanks, everyone.
Mayor Soever,
Yes.
and Councillor Sampson. And Councillor Sampson. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's
Sorry,
scary.
I did the mute thing. Yeah, that's scary. Where'd he go? Thanks, folks. I appreciate your time and effort on this, but I think we've made some good progress.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks.
so we're all set to go. Sarah?